Check, check, check. All right, live and direct. Today is Sunday. Today is my designated repair day. Yesterday we did a repair stream as well, but that's because I had limited time to get stuff done, and I didn't really feel like starting the mod that I needed to get done, so I'll push that out to next week, and then next week we'll hopefully build my AV upscaler before the Nintendo project I got coming up. So this week, what we've got to start, so I'm hoping this is as easy as I expect it to be, as I want it to be. We have a PS4 here. This is a model, I think it's a CUH1215A. It is. So it is actually exactly like the one I fixed for myself. It's in fairly good cosmetic condition. There's a couple of crunches at the corner, and just some, this little piece of plastic right here, kind of broken. It is missing both the security stickers, so I'm assuming it's been gotten into. But for the most part, it's in pretty decent shape. A little scratch in the front, just dings and nicks and dust, which I expect. I expect to do a full refurb on this as well when I get inside. But anyway, the big issue is there's no power. But when I push on the power button, it's not. And the same thing with the reset, with the disc eject. It's not touching the buttons. So we have an issue here. Obviously we have an issue, but our issue is either the micro switch on the board is completely damaged, or the little plastic pieces here that actually push those micro switches are broken. I'm hoping, for my sake, that it's just the plastic micro switches. I already have replacements on hand. So really what I need to do is just get in and take a look at the switch. Now, if the switch is damaged, I might be able to pull one off either a Nintendo Switch board or maybe an old Xbox controller. I don't really have anything new, unfortunately, and it might end up being that I have to order. So there is a very good possibility that I am not going to get this fixed today. So let's start by at least just taking off this top cover. Now, this is literally the second time I've ever disassembled a PS4, and there is a lot of screws, and there's a lot of different size screws. Now, that looks like that's a security bit. We're going to try TR, is it 15? TR15, it might be a little too small. No, a little too big. So we'll try TR10. Still just slightly too big. So we'll go for TR something. I can't read that. Try that one. It's got a test fit in here. No, still needs smaller? No, really? So now we are at TR8. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I was thinking it was a Torx 7. That's too small. That's it. So we settled at a TR8. Now these are the ones that have a little hole in the middle of the bit, because the bolt has a hole in the middle of the, or post in the middle of the screw. So yeah, sorry, just this top screw. I probably should go get myself some bags here, just in case. Just in case. We'll grab ourselves some jewelry bags to organize our fasteners with. I prefer this method versus straight Captain tape just because I find it's a little bit harder to lose the screws this way. So we know that's going to go to this. Now, remember right, it just kind of lifts off. Does it slide off or is it? There's clips or something. I didn't do the smart thing. I didn't watch a disassembly video, which is probably what I should have done. I'm sure all the people out there who are very used to disassembling PS4s are recoiling harder. Okay, so that horror that pulls off to the left is expected. I'm seeing some dust. So now it's going to be kind of hard, but see, right here is the power button. And this, yeah, see, like it's just not making good contact now. Do the same thing. Does it just slide off to the left? I don't think so. I could be wrong. It doesn't want to just slide off. I hate plastic bits because I always feel like I'm going to break them. The issue here is I think I was pretty sure that this just lifted off. Okay, well, I either just bork this or I'm getting closer to pulling it off. What did I just do here? Yeah, okay, so I kind of remember this being a giant pain in the ass the first time I did this too. But I definitely need to get it off. I'm thinking it just lifts off, but I always have to look just to make sure I'm just not going to break anything, but I was pretty sure it just kind of clipped into the back here and lifted off. Like this part right here. Why is that not wanting to come off? Screw, 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 screw. And these are all just clipped in. I feel like it should just pop right off, and it does not want to do that for me. It's always the roughest part when you don't have much experience disassembling stuff. And exactly what are you wanting to hold on to over here? I could see the seam. It should just pop off, but it is not wanting to do that for me. And so I'm trying to use these plastic tools here so that I don't really muck things up. There are 3 screws holding that on still. What, on the light bar? I mean, the light bar, like right here, like that's its own piece. I mean, I'm looking. Oh, it's taped right there. They're not. I mean, it's taped together for sure. It's not welded together though. But let's see here. Still, let's just pull this off real fast. I didn't think that. Yeah, I'm an idiot. It still does not want to come off on this other side though. Let's just pull this off real quick. It's just tape. It's not like it's permanent. Like it's like they're not fused together. I just don't remember this being this stiff. Unfortunately, I don't do too much work with PS4, so that's not obvious. That just bent that back plate pretty good. Well, that's neat. That just broke. Cool. Heck, man. I really don't remember this being such a pain in the fucking ass. Cool, and I cut myself too. That's neat. Okay, this is frustrating the crap out of me now. Well, now that I've actually broken this back plate, it's just so unbelievably neat. Need to be pretty careful not to do any more damage. But I don't know why these side clips just don't want to come off. See, gotta do it from the front. Oh, that's great. After I just broke the back, which hopefully I can maybe repair with a little bit of some CA glue or something. Not like that's a huge deal, but all right, well, lucky for us, the power switch is literally right here. And yeah, I'm definitely not getting any type of click on it. Okay, so these go with this. Yeah, I'm just looking at this. I mean, looking at this cover, yeah, you can see like it's just some double-sided tape, really. I could fix that. Okay, so I guess we're just gonna have to keep going here and get down to the motherboard because Sony, you love screws. There's a lot of screws here for this metal shielding, and they have 100% continued that tradition in the PS5. For the most part, most of these are the same size, but there's these screws in the back, like these guys right here, that are different. And it's got as expected, it's got a layer of dust on it. Okay, so in the interest of sanity, since I'm smarter this time, not really, but somewhat, I'm going to take a picture here, hopefully. There's these black screws. Okay, that metal shielding, I remember it tripped me up the last time. let's see if we can't. Go. All right. I mean, if it ever really came down to it, I'd just pull up an iFixit guide or something and they'll tell me where all the damn things go. But I like to try to train myself. And broke one of my cardinal rules and I tried to force that plastic bit when I shouldn't have. Okay. So these guys are literally all the same, which is great. And it's been open, but these screws all seem fine. Now these are just used normal, looks like Phillips. Tiny little nub screws, huh? Why the frig they feel the need to use 8 million effing screws is beyond me. And then 3 different screw types. It's just freaking amazing. All different lengths, different colors, different socket types. Thanks, Sony. Your shit's joy to work on. Oh, jeez. It's making me want to invest in one of those micro screwdrivers that my friends have. They've been pumping on Discord for a while now. Oh my god, so many effing screws. Okay, so that should take care of, this is for the hard drive tray. Am I missing anything? I know I gotta get this shield off. Maybe I could just slide this out. There we go. Yeah, I could just slide this out. Okay, cool. Oh, I'm just gonna, I've got plenty of extra thermal pads, but if I can save them, I'm gonna save them. And I'll just manually put them back on the chips later, or just leave them on these pads right here. Doop. And, oh, we are missing, no, we're not, never mind, that's just a normal nub. That's got some dust on it too. And once again, just a normal expected dust. So now we take another bag here, and normally I'd have music playing, but past couple of weeks YouTube has not been very happy with my supposed DMCA free music streams, which ended up not being DMCA free because I got suspended midstream last week, or towards the very end of my stream. Still frustrating because I felt like I was well within the bounds of the rules. And then when they tell you you effed up, unless you're some YouTuber with 8 million subscribers, they don't give a shit about you, so they don't really help you, and they just tell you to make changes, and they don't tell you what changes you need to make. So this week I'm just opting to do no music, and next week I'll bring back some stuff. I do have a friend who's heavily involved in the professional music world and streaming as well. He made a couple suggestions for me. that I have loaded up. I just did not. I don't know. I just didn't feel like dealing with it this week, so I didn't. Okay, so let's take a look at this board. Still looking okay, just dusty. If it's flipped upside down, the CPU's on the other side of this. We got a ribbon cable here. Just trying to look. Man, something's like telling me something's not right here. I wonder if they really did destroy that micro switch. It's just a friction fit. Okay. Let's double, triple checking for any extra screws. I know we've got the CPU clamp here, the heatsink clamp. So we'll just go ahead and take that off. Once I can figure out what I did with my screwdriver. Okay, so this is the CPU or a heatsink clamp. Okay, I'll just do myself a favor and just leave the screws attached to that, and then a little plate that I guess promotes even pressure across the CPU die. Press the heatsink directly into it. Okay, so we're just kind of probing the motherboard here. Oops, not really what I wanted to do. How much further do I have to disassemble this? I know this is the hard drive cage. Ooh, this has definitely not been off, I don't think. No, don't want to lose that. Okay, so that's the hard drive, and we'll keep all that together. And we're gonna try not to dump all my parts on the floor. And I just lost count them, two thermal pads. Here's the other one. Okay, there we go. That's a better resting place for that. Now we get to take a look at this. You know, I am going to, before I destroy it, remove this shield. Even though I don't think it's necessary. To do so. So I have the fan connector right here to pull out. Now I do know the way this hooks into the power supply is a little, well, that is very not feeling good. And that SATA connector is a little loose. Alright, so here's the power button thing, and it looks fine. Now I wonder if I'm going to have to flip this around and take the power supply out, and then I can get the motherboard. Making sure I don't have any extra. See, I think this right here. Yeah. So before I go and ruin things, let's just do the same thing on the other side here. Now back to this bit. Ah, shit. So is this all one piece, unlike the top? This is definitely all one piece. Okay, that one came off far easier. Oof, Jesus, the giant dust bunny in this. Yeah, this is gonna 100% gonna need uh-oh, did I just leave that screw in there loose like a moron? I sure hope not. I don't know if I did. I might find it after about 3 hours of searching. Yeah, I kind of figured. I was just seeing if maybe I get lucky, and I guess not. This is quite literally the second PS4 I've ever worked on. Alright. Come on, get in that fucking bag. Just keeping all these screws in line. Oh, what the heck is that? There is like some red looking gunk on the fan there. And then just dust bunnies everywhere, which I kind of expected. Okay, so the power supply is right here. The fun thing about this power supply is I do believe it's got a JST connector for the 5-volt supply, and if you're not effing careful, you will rip the fucker right off the motherboard. These captive? I feel like they're captive. I get this little metal shield above the power supply off, and these. There we go. Oh, they're just massively long. Okay. Well, that's it's an interesting bolt there, but you know, once again, Sony just deciding to do their own thing. Okay, so there's two more screws, I guess, for the power supply. These three I needed to keep with this metal shield, so I know they all go together. Okay, add that to the pile of shit. Then we've got to switch again and go back to this to pull off the power supply. Now, the first one I ever worked on, hilariously, was sold to me with as having a dead power supply when it was in reality a broken power switch. And I only discovered that fact after here. I'm gonna pull. Can I do? No, maybe not. I thought I could do it both ways. I'm pretty sure I can, but I'm just gonna be real careful here. So when you're lifting this power supply out, there's a 5-volt supply line. What the hell? Ah, crap. That was the bolt I didn't want to fucking lose. Now I'm going to have to really look for that because... Shit. That was the part I knew about, and I was telling myself not to lose this time, and it looks like I lost it. Motherboard's coming out now, and that's my fault for doing this out of order, but there's a 5-volt supply line right here that's using a JST header, and if you're not careful, when you're pulling this out, you'll rip it off the board like I had already mentioned, but okay. Now, the 12-volt line is done using these fingers. Huh. Issue here is there's just not much to really grab onto to kind of walk it out. And again, you don't really want to be too rough with it. I'll have to swap this around. Now it's off frame, but maybe even just zoom out even further. No, that's as far as I can go. There we go. Okay, so now that I got this lifted out, there we go. And then this is the connector. Loads of dust. Imagine the power supply is fine. Well, this is the 12, these are the 12-volt rails. And that is, god dang it, it's just so hard to get this whole thing in frame. So here's the 12-volt supply, and there's the 5-volt supply connector I was talking about that you got to be really careful about. And I could definitely see why I need to pull power supply off first. I'm just remembering now. All these friction fit ribbon cables. And then a Wi-Fi Bluetooth antenna, I'm assuming. There we go. And we are apart. So this will get set aside. I've got to clean this. And we could see. Ooh, that's. I guess somebody came in here and re-thermal pasted. Because that's kind of still like wet. Not fresh, but fresher than factory. That's for damn sure. Okay. So I'm just looking over the motherboard real quick. And other than the dust on it, seems fine. So this is the way it goes, and it looks like if I was to hazard a guess, I think they ripped the actual power button right off the board. I'm just trying to see if it's. I'm thinking that when they did the thermal paste repair, um, they damaged that micro switch. No. Yeah, there's the. So that's the one I think for the. Yeah, I think they damaged this. Is that supposed to be the? Okay, well, I mean the disk drive looks fine, but the power button for that looks like it's ruined as well. I'm pretty sure that's what that. Maybe? Where is the. Sorry, I'm doing all this off camera because it's just a little bit easier, but. It's the only place where that could go. Okay, well. Crap. So I'm gonna have to figure out what kind of. I don't think. 'Cause I thought I might have been able to like maybe get away with using a normal standard tactile switch, but I don't think that's gonna be the case here. Unfortunately. So what I'm talking about, let's get this on microscope so maybe y'all can see. All right, let's see here. So I think this is supposed to be my button. And that is definitely mangled to shit. Yeah, I could do that, Herder, but that ain't gonna happen. I think I'd probably figure out what this part was. I mean, yeah, obviously I know. Or is that the LED? No, I don't think that's the LED. I think that is the actual power switch. Because the board goes like this. And that's where the power switch hooks into. And there would be, here's the LEDs, I believe, for the blue and the white. That's got to be it. But where is the... I mean, I guess it's... Maybe it is on that. Maybe you broke both of them. Yeah. Just going through my head. I don't think I have... I'd have to look online to see what that switch even looks like. I don't feel like pulling my own PS4 apart at this point, to be quite honest, but... Yeah, that's what I fucking figured. God dang it. I mean, it's like, it's not a hard repair, but it's getting the part that's going to be the pain in the ass. And then which... Probably need to up my temperature on this freaking thick ass motherboard here. All right. Well, the worst possible scenario is seeing that this is actually broke, which is exactly what I didn't want to see. It's always fun. So now I'm going to have to look up exactly what the hell this part was. And if I can order a replacement. Which I'm sure I can, but... No, what the hell? I grabbed the wrong freaking tip. I do not want a conical tip. No, sir. Get the frig off my iron. I don't even know why you're out. There's my little wedge tip. That's what I wanted. Freaking I guess when these guys went to go replace the thermal paste, they must have just really did a number on these buttons here. Because I think the reset button is, or the disk drive eject buttons work as well. So oh, lovely. Stupid effing ground plane. Okay. Clean that up a little bit there. So I'm guessing power is gonna be. I'm trying to find my tweezers now. There they are. I guess I got to short either this to this or that to that. This does make me wonder. I love doing stupid shit. This thing, I probably even should pull open the power supply. Oh my lord. The dust in there is crazy. I guess we can make that a part 2. What can we do here? Okay. So now we've got this monstrosity hooked up. Let's see if I can't completely fry it. Now this is our power button right here. We're gonna do some dangerous shit here, folks. Not too dangerous, but not too smart. Just gotta be very fucking careful. Now, assuming it was. You saw here first, folks. So all it needs, it looks like I just need to get you. Yeah. You have no hard drive, no disk drive, no nothing hooked up. Well, I mean, take that as a good sign, I guess. Being very careful not to shock myself with this PSU. Okay. You got a part number for me, Herder? Are you not allowed a link or something like that, or I don't see a link if you're trying to do that. You could always send me the message on Discord as well. Just try to get some of this thermal paste cleared up here. I don't know if he just mixed or kind of gritty feeling. Perfect. Yeah, it's not showing up in my chat, so I don't know if it auto-modded you or what. Like I'm a streaming idiot, so I don't really do much besides use default. So it's quite possible a bot or something is modding you, which is dumb, and I've got to look into that because I imagine that most people posting links in my chat are going to be okay for now until I become a mega superstar with 2 million subscribers watching me destroy consumer electronics. All right, we're gonna do this the easy way. Just toss it in my hand here, and then we'll hit this with some alcohol. Just want to get all this, try to get all this chunky stuff up first, because once it gets wet, pain in the ass. Very carefully using these tweezers. Okay, I'm gonna go toss this in the trash real fast. Easier trash. Yeah, see, you stuck to my hand. There you go. Yeah, I don't know. I guess, but it's like that makes sense for people who actually have, followers. I am. If I have more than 2 people in my chat on a stream, it is a very busy day for me. I wonder if the grit that I was feeling was just engraving on the die. I gotta get a better Q-tip holder here. Ugh. Okay, I think that should really be good enough. It's kind of hard to get in between this shielding and the die itself, but I think we should be good. There's a tiny little bit there in the corner, but that won't really hurt much. So let's take a look here. Oh, good DigiKey. I've been wanting to place a DigiKey order. 31 cents. 31 cents, but well, we don't offer free shipping, so pay $6.99 for that. So I will have to figure out some things I need from DigiKey, and I guess that's as far as I could really go with this today. I mean, I could clean it and shit too, but what's the point? I'll probably end up doing that off stream anyhow. But I mean, the very, very, very good news is that the board did turn on, in a sense. It sort of turned on. I got a blue light, which is good, which means at least the power supply is good, and we don't have, at least as far as I could tell, don't have really a short on the 12-volt rail. Now, what I am curious about, though, is this the button for disk eject? For one, this just seems really weird to me that this whole assembly is so jiggly. But is that the button? That's got to be the button. That's a button at 100%. Is it the same button? I'll order a bunch of them, obviously, but freaking 30 cents a piece. I think it's the same button. Let's take a look at that link again. Looks very, very, very similar. I would say that is the button. And I am assuming, considering that this that's what I figured. But that is the button, though, right? I mean, I am right on that because I'm seeing that literally right next to it. This has got to be the straight into the 5-volt supply from the PSU to let it know to grab some power to eject the disk, right? So I guess wow. I wonder when what the hell. I'm just trying to figure out how they destroyed it, to be quite honest, because, well, I mean, and I guess it's not impossible, but it does kind of suck that we're stuck here, though, because yeah. I mean, I could take it apart and clean it. I don't think I want to clean things on stream. It just seems so boring. Like, that's something I'm going to probably spend a lot of time on. Because I'm pretty anal about things. And I'm going to have to go over Felty with the damage that I did to that back panel. I think I could repair that with some CA glue and an activator. This thing is just dusty. I don't know what that red shit is. If that's just like assembly grease that dripped onto it, or if these people did some other shit that I mean, it's like glue. Lord knows what that is. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I figured. These actually aren't too hard to work on once you remember that you're an idiot. Then you need to pull the cases from the front rather than the back, which I'm an idiot. But yeah, I thought it had a disk drive. It's so weird though because I tried putting a disk in and it wouldn't turn the system on, and I thought that's supposed to happen. So why didn't the system turn on when I try to put a disk in? I guess we could potentially have disk drive issues. I'm just taking a look. There's no real explicit sensor. That's just that's dried on. Okay. Yeah, that's weird. Because I would have expected that if I try to push a disk in, that it would try to turn the system on. What the heck is this? Is that a bug shell? Just some weird looking dust. I can't tell. No cockroaches though, which is always a good thing. I know these things are famous for attracting cockroaches. But no matter what, I'm going to have to pull that fan out to blow it out. The rest of the grill looks okay. I mean, it's in great shape other than the dust and the mashed up buttons. I still don't know why I didn't want to turn on with the disc. Because I was expecting it to at least accept the disc. But that would make sense as to why I wasn't getting a click on the button. So, cool. Well, this is a stopping point for this. I don't know where this last screw went, to be quite honest. So, we'll have to figure that out. Thankfully, it's one of the common mode ones, so I could probably just stick it anywhere that will hold it. No, I'll end up slotting together. But for now, we are kind of stuck on this project because I'm going to have to place a parts order, and that's not going to arrive until next week. So we're kind of stuck. And then motherboard just go in here. Okay. Well, unfortunately, that does it for that. That sucks. I was hoping to get that working for Felch today, but it is going to be another week. I'm going to have to put together a parts order from Digi that is more than just those buttons, because I'm not paying $8 in shipping for a fucking button. 2 buttons. Might as well get some other parts while I'm at it. So, 'tis what it is. Now I don't know what to work on. I know. I guess we'll move on to my Superboy project. So, this I've never streamed before, but last summer when I started doing all this is one of the first things I ever bought off eBay. And the Superboy was sold to me as having non-working inputs. So I tracked pretty much everything down to this blob chip on a daughter board. This thing is literally in a million pieces right now. Well, thankfully, yeah, it does. And the sad thing is, I always do this, and I always kick myself when I do it, and I always tell myself I'm never going to do it again. And it's that I make an assumption as to what the break is, and then I order parts in anticipation of that break. But then when I actually take the damn thing apart, I'd say a good 80% of the times my guess is completely fucking wrong, and the parts I order are now useless. Okay. And then we've got this. And we've got the battery. So you are going to go back in here. And these are a shining example of Chinese semi-junk. It's basically a portable Super Nintendo. And so, as far as I can tell, everything for your inputs routes through this chip right here. And if you can't tell, yeah, it's a giant blob of fucking epoxy. So I have no idea what's going on underneath here. And if I'm remembering this right, the way that Super Nintendo sends button inputs, and you can see here on the left-hand side, each of these: start, select, up, down. But I do believe what happens is everything gets routed through this clock signal and is sent in batches. From what I can remember, that's how the inputs worked. I'm assuming these are like the shoulder buttons. I don't see the other one though. So essentially now, this one on my left, it's assembled still, is giving me a black screen when I power it up. Oh, there it is. Okay. Thought I had ripped off the shoulder buttons here. So this one came to me, and it was just sold as I think he said untested and no battery, which there were battery leads, but the battery was completely gone. When I powered up, so I get a black screen, right? And if I go grab my test game, wonderful Troy Aikman's football here, riveting game that I've never played once. Yeah, it's just more of the same. I get lots of static on the screen, but honestly, it's no matter what I do, it never gets past this black screen. So the hope here is that I can at least, at the very least, if I just do a board swap, we'll make one working out of two broken. I got a good deal on this one. So I didn't pay too much for it, which is kind of what stalled this project, is that I could never find really good deals on broken ones, and I wasn't really wanting to spend the amount of money these people wanted me to spend to make, because then I could have just literally just bought a brand new one. And with this one, I'm hoping there's another guy who replied to one of my very ancient Reddit threads just recently, so I'm kind of hoping maybe he could use some spare parts, and then I could recoup some of my costs here by truly selling the leftovers as complete spares, with the very ominous warning that it'll almost be impossible to get it to work. Now, iFixit, you need to come out with an extension that lets me freaking use your screwdrivers in these long slots. It's the one thing I don't like about the iFixit kit, is if you've got these recessed screws, then you've got to have traditional screwdrivers to get to them, which is fine. I've got a whole mess of them, but it's kind of nice not having to need 8 million screwdrivers to take apart a console. But it is what it is. Got that. I'm assuming. Well, I guessed right. Except now it's gone. Alright, I heard you hit the ground there, screw. There you are. Right there. This, I guess I've got. That's this side. Okay. And then the last screw for the case, and that opens up the guts. So I'm kind of hoping here. One of these is arrived pre-stripped, I think. Oh yeah, there you go. Okay. Now, if not stripped, fucking close to it. Definitely kind of feels like this has been worked on before, maybe. But I really can't tell, to be quite honest. So many damn plastic bits and bobs. And this is a shoulder button. Another shoulder button. So we pull this out to expose. This is the main. Ouch. So essentially what I was kind of hoping to do, now I think yeah, see, I screwed this up. What I'm essentially hoping for, I think it goes like this, right? Now, okay. I don't know if this is actually going to display anything. If I hook the battery up. Actually, that's kind of hilarious. Where does the battery hook into? Oh, it's direct soldered to the board. Which I guess, yeah, it did pull that off, huh? I guess that goes to power the might be something on that daughter board now. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so let's just take a look at this. Kind of probably need to assemble this more. than expected. I thought, I think, is that just USB? Is it micro? Yes. Okay. Might be able to power it with that. Problem is this ITV line. Not sure. I think that's kind of why I had this like this. Yeah. I'm guessing that's probably going to be the display. Let's see something real quick. Okay. We might be able to make this work here. Just gotta make sure I don't freaking shock myself. Okay. Yeah, but see, nothing's on the display there. Turn it on. And still nothing on the display. That's probably what that ITV line is for. Makes me wonder, though. Full of wonder. Maybe I can hear some sounds, or Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. Okay, well, that didn't work. Carefully pull this out. Carefully pull this out. I would not suggest doing this, to be quite honest. As this cartridge slot is very impossibly tight, actually. And now, there we go. It doesn't want to come out. Alright, so let's see here. Yeah, this is gonna suck. We're gonna need to do the same thing I did for okay, so let's just pull this out and then start taking you apart. Huh, why is my camera not in focus? Why does my camera not want to focus? Is it this light? Yeah, it was that light. Weird. Turn that light back on. Yeah, that was weird. The camera did not want to focus there. Huh. Okay, so this LCD driver is as expected. FPC. There's really no easy way to work on this, but I think, come on. I just need access to this one freaking tiny ass test pad. I really didn't want to lift the display out if I could avoid it. I also wanted to lift it up off the mat so that the buttons don't just pop the fuck out. Pulling the screws off. It's kind of neat how they, see, there's the, oh, look at that. So even if I wanted to do my original idea, which was remove the little daughter card with the blob chip on it, I fucking can't. I have to use this board. Well, fuck you, Hyperkin. God damn it. I was like, my initial goal was I was just going to pull this part off and then swap them. But I guess I have to. Now I'm stuck. I'm absolutely stuck. Okay, so let's take a look at this one, TV one. See, they don't even... Working on China shit sucks. It freaking sucks. I just need to see if this is going to work or not. I know, no flux, the horror. I'm with you. I don't like doing that either, but I just to make my life easier, we are going to do the same thing. We're just going to... Okay, quick little joint there. Just give me a wire to splice into from the other side, I suppose. See if this will work. I may have to hook up the battery power, but I'm not sure if the system will run off a straight USB. I imagine it would, but you know, I've definitely been wrong before. Okay, these little daughter cards in there. You are still not sitting right for some reason. Is that right? That might be right. Feels okay. Feels okay. Let's get some screws going back in. So that's the bad one. Well, at least I can tell the bad one from the good one, because the bad one has a removable daughter cord. China fucking junk, man. Now, I guess a note to you guys out there who might be interested in one of these effing things, don't. In fact, I really suggest against trying to fix any type of Chinese electronic unless you're just doing it for the grins. And it's just kind of what this project has really turned into. to be quite honest, I was like, man, a portable Super Nintendo, that'd be a cool little gadget to add to my collection. And yeah, in theory, it's pretty freaking cool, but God, these things are just junk. Alright. Just needed to hold that board in place. And then you're going to take our good board here. We're going to do this mess all over again. If I have to hook in the power supply, I will. Thankfully, these JST connectors are pretty much idiot-proof, so they only go in one way. Now we've got to just tack one wire to another here. Personally, I would much prefer having a set of some helping hands or something. I'm gonna do it like this so I can get some solder on it. Also, probably be using a different tip, but for now, as long as we've got a contact, we should be okay there. Bring back the power. It's not shorting on anything. Green light, red light, no screen. Anything on the screen? Does it like blink or anything like that? Nothing. I really do wonder if these things really do need the battery to run. Like, I don't know why that would be, but it could very well be. Like if I hook in USB power to this, does the... No, that doesn't make any sense. It shouldn't need it because... I see it's not... There's no display in this, but... This one, from what I thought was going to be a fairly easy repair, to a giant pain in the ass. I guess that's what I get for making assumptions. So this is the battery hookup here. Alrighty. Easy enough. Okay, we now have battery power back. I mean, I'm getting pretty... Where does this go? So that goes there. Makes me wonder if I'm... What is that hooking to? Is it the... Just don't know what that hooks into. Is it something on this board that I just missed? I'm looking at it now. See, that doesn't exist on this board. Look at that. Yeah, PCB02, PCB03, PCB03. Guarantee you that's going to be a PCBO different number, because see right here, it's kind of tough for me to show you guys. I'm guessing this is just going to be a no fix, because, all right, so like look right here, we've got a cutout in the board, but on the one with the broken daughter board thingy up here, what I assume was the broken daughter board thingy, what does that even fucking hook into? It's literally right there, and then I don't have that on this board. So I don't think this is gonna work. I don't know. I'm just hazarding a guess here, but I really don't think I'm gonna be able to get this to work like I imagined I would be able to. Which, once again, this is me working with China junk here. It's not entirely junk, I suppose, but it is close enough to junk to count. Let's see if we can't get a screw down somewhere. Before I lose that screw, all my screws, let's do this and that. Okay, so this board is supposed to slide in like that. But yeah, see, like this is not even... So even the shells are different, like the board is... Oh, fuck. Unless I'm just not doing this right. Yeah, I'm just not doing it right. There we go. Okay, thank God. I was like, dude, how they redesign the shell as well? That makes zero sense, but they didn't. Once again, folks, I'd like to point out the name of my channel is An Idiot Repairs. Okay, so let's just get this guy mounted so he's not flopping all over like a... Well, you know what I was going to say. Alright, so like I'm 99% sure that the only thing this does is going to bring the clock signal down to the output for the controllers here. So if I plug a battery in now, it should go just like this. Okay. I got a battery shoved in there now. And if I turn the power on, I get no power. No power. And I guess if I go back to, even if I plug my USB power in, it's going to be the same thing. So there's something different about this revision versus the other one, that they routed the power different. But yeah, nothing's coming up on the screen. Okay. Let's, for grins, we're gonna undo you for now. And this comes out. Okay. Now I want to plug this in like this. I just want to verify a couple of things just to make sure we're one-to-one here. Starting to get a little crowded on my workbench. Okay, so we've got this guy. But once again, that last pin is being a giant pain in the butt. It is the same. You see, I'm just being an idiot now. Come on. Probably lost a bunch of those effing screws. I don't care at this point. Oh. Speaking of screws, I think that is literally what I just heard hit the ground. Maybe. Could be. There it is. Right there. See? Oh, these little cups just don't work as well as I expected them to hold fasteners. I really always end up having to stick them in a fucking bag. Yeah, you did, Ben. Your project is now delayed by a fucking week. The previous owner destroyed the actual physical power buttons. So it's not the plastic bit, but the actual tactile switch that sits on the motherboard is dead. They ripped both of them off. So I have to order 2 new tactile switches for you because otherwise, the only other way I can get your system to work is if I leave 2 wires dangling out of the system, and you use that to turn it on. I think what happened, my best guess, Ben, is the thermal paste on the system looked quite fresh. So I'm guessing they went in there to repair the thermal paste and they weren't paying attention and they ripped off the power button. And the disk drive button. Man, I did not want to go in there for some reason. I don't know why. So, unfortunately, the only way to fix that is to order a new tactile switch, and I don't have anything currently in my stock that would is similar to what you need to make that work. So, Herder was kind enough to link me to the necessary replacement, and I will put that on order today or tomorrow, and then next weekend we can get back to it. Let's see, this doesn't want to work at all now. Man, I did something stupid here. display now, I think. Yeah. Okay, so this still works, but it's not able to directly translate to the other board. So there's a difference in circuitry, and I don't know what. Let's see what this board says. Just pull this whole assembly out. Watch my fingerprints on the screen. As I get fingerprints all over the screen. Okay. Try to be as gentle with this as I can. All right. So PCB02, no, that's the same. But the big difference on this revision is right here and here. And then down here is different. See, there's no, yeah, the whole PTLs are different here. Why? Why do they have to do this blob chip shit? Yeah, this is completely, I don't want to say it's completely different, because but this right here is different. And here's where that is very disappointing. I'd have to figure out what the fuck that was even supplying. Sure, it's all, I mean, that's just the nature of repairs there, Felchi. And of course, the best part about all of this is that when I have to order parts to complete a project, I always end up ordering way more than I need. And that way, if I ever come across a similar problem on a future project, I'm already good to go. Dude, I keep feeling like I'm just dropping screws everywhere, but I just don't, at this point, I just don't even care anymore, honestly. Because I'm not getting this thing working. I'm not getting this thing working, but we're going to just take a look. We're going to have some fun here. all this shit. I think really I'm just going to sell this as parts lot for anybody who wants it. Okay, so we've got, so this is the old board. Okay, and then this is the new board. I'm taking off the speakers because I'm going to rip them off if I don't. And this can come off because I don't need it anymore. So this Felchi is known as a Superboy S. It is a portable Super Nintendo from Hyperkin. And I had bought this one last summer, and the fault on it was that the system was not accepting input from the built-in button controls. Show you here, show you what it looks like, but unfortunately the whole thing is just ripped apart right now. But essentially, it does look like, here, I could pull this one out, I think. Oh, well, there's a button membrane stuck into it, but here. So basically, it just looks like a Super Nintendo controller, and these are actual Super Nintendo controller ports, but you basically plug a cartridge in the top, like a physical, real Super Nintendo cartridge, and play it like you would play a normal Super Nintendo. It is not official hardware. So right now what I'm trying to figure out is there's two main differences between these boards, right? This is the one I bought last summer, and this Blod chip is on a daughter card rather. And that's crunchy. I initially bought this second one down here. This one came, it was like, oh, the battery was missing, so they couldn't test it, you know, but when I power it on, I just get nothing but a black screen. So I'm not even sure if this little blob chip is even working. However, my initial thought was I would just take this little card and put it onto here. Well, they changed the board revision up on me between these two models, and I can't just do that. So what I'm looking at now is I'm trying to see if I could figure out the differences. For some reason, it doesn't want to focus. Excuse me? Focus? Wow, that was very odd. All right, let's lift you up a little bit here. Give me a little bit more of a view. So where that big chunk is right here, right? On my old PCB, that would be right here. And on the back of this board, we've got this JST connector that is bringing over some sort of power from backboard, from the actual motherboard that has all the guts on it. Actually, looking at that, that is completely different too, huh? So unfortunately. So let's take a look at the motherboards here. Alright. So this is the original motherboard, and I'm getting power from right there. And then on the new revision motherboard, I mean, it's all the freaking same, except it must supply 5-volt via this? Nah, couldn't be. What is this even? I've really got to update this setup somehow. Alright, alright, so we can see. So ground and 5-volt are right there on that. And then on the new one, is that 5-volt? Like, is this 5-volt right here? There's ground. There's 5-volt, I think. Right? So old. Yeah, see, this one has even a different pinout. So, like, see how you've got some non-pops right there? If we take a look at the other one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then here we've got 3, 6, 9. I mean, although I think, yes. Whew. Yeah, this board's completely different. And I was thinking and hoping, and my thoughts and hopes are not going to work out. I'm going to maybe I could figure it out, but I don't think so. Because if the circuitry is completely different, but my guess is that was what was actually powering the LCD, is my guess. If I was absolutely going to hazard a guess as to what that did, I would say it was powering the LCD. Probably figure that out. Okay, so that's the new. Here's the old. Basically, So what I would do here is, so obviously this pin right here is ground, and this one's the 5-volt in. Oh, look at that, I'm right. Oh, dear Lord, that coil is borked. Probably still works. But we can trace the circuit. Basically, what I'm doing right now is tracing the 5-volt. So this is the 5-volt line, right? It comes through this 0 ohm resistor, or underneath it rather. Travels down this capacitor, this inductor. I have no idea what the fuck this thing is. Voltage regulator, U3. Alright, so U3 goes up to here. LCD positive. Alright, well, so I'm assuming that would make sense, I think. Seems like you would lose it in here though. I don't know where it really goes. But L positive. Which also, this is a diode, so imagine okay. And then let's take a look at this board right here. Now, God, what is up with these fucking inductors just being beat to shit? My lord. But that's the same, essentially, that's the same circuitry. So where are you getting 5 volts from? So I can supply the line. Have no fucking idea. Son of a bitch. See, I wonder if that's what this is for. Can I test? So J2 goes to this capacitor here. And that goes all the way up to here, which is a 3-volt line. So that's not right. Damn. I don't see anything marked 5 volt that I could tap into. That's 3. L minus, L positive. Anything down here? Say 5 volt on the I'm trying to frickin' think here. We don't have a direct path from C24 to this. And that's coming from U6. This actually has no power components per se. It's hooked up to the motherboard. This is the old motherboard. Kind of looking around here. Okay, so that's the old working one. This is the new and broken one. Do we have anything listed? See, that's 5 volt right there. And I think we don't have that on this one. But where? Oh, where? Now, what about here on the other side? Is it getting 5 volts? See, there's 5 volt right there. I think, let's just check real quick on this one. We have a 5 volt line on this one. See, we don't. That is the issue. That's what we're going to have to change. maybe. We're probably going to end up frying it. Fucking for science! Let's do it for science! So what we're saying here is that, see, on this board, right, you can see that the third pin from the top is listed as 5 volt. And then over here, third pin from the top is listed as 5 volts. So that would make sense. That is it. 5 volt bat. Yep, I can see it now actually. See, got a 5 volt line right there. Don't have do I have a ground on the other side? Do we have listed ground? I do. It's the last pin on the bottom, right? That is ground. So I could theoretically I'm trying to think of how this is supposed to work. I think we could make this work though. I think we could make this work. Maybe. Can I hack this together? Can I make this work? God, that would be freaking brilliant if I could, to be quite honest. All right, do I have this listed as battery plus and minus? So I'm just going to go ahead and just like, yes, battery ground, 5 volt. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull this off. And we will, I think we're going to go ahead and replace this with some fresh leaded solder, honestly. Okay. Just go ahead and add some fresh leaded in there. So much nicer to work with. Use whatever flux is already on that board. There we go, nice and shiny. Look how shiny those joints are. Thanks for showing what off? My lack of skills. You want to watch me destroy some electronics today, Felchy? Because I think I'm about to fucking destroy some electronics. And I'm looking forward to it. This thing has pissed me off for so long. Okay, we're going to use a egregious amount of silicon wire here. And we're going to have some fucking fun. If there's anything that this channel is all about, it's having fun. Part of having fun is experimenting with the fuck out of things and seeing if you could make it work. And at the worst, I lose a couple bucks worth of electronics. And at best, my mad scientist idea works. Let's hope my mad scientist idea works. Okay. So that is definitely going to go in here. Oops. Like so. And let's try not to destroy that. Okay. Oh, ow. Just stabbed myself. So how'd your painting go there, Felchy? You get your whole room put back together? I know you and your wife are working pretty hard on that. Painting is not my favorite job, but it's not the worst. It can be kind of zen. All right, Mr. Ground Wire, let's get you put into place here. It's good enough. Good enough. Good enough. So now we gotta do the other side here. Taking a break between coats. That's the way to fucking do it. And I hope that break involves a nice cold beer. Or a nice cold bong hit. Just whatever you prefer, really. I'd smoke the weed, but then I'd probably never get back to painting. All right, yeah, man, that's moving along quite nicely. I think that's probably the worst part, next to cleaning up, is waiting that the dry time, because that usually meant it's time to go do another room. I think I'd rather do. I'll take interior painting any day of the week though over exterior painting. One of the worst painting jobs I ever had to do was repainting my shed in the middle of Pennsylvania August, and it is not comfortable. But that's cool, man. At least you guys are moving along nice and good here. I saw your wife's post yesterday, I think it was, talking about how the priming went pretty good too. All right, so this is the old board. This is the new board. And now the new board has over here. Let's just pull this out the way, make my life a little easier. So over here on the other side of the board, I've got 5-volt and ground. So we're gonna hit up these test pads. Normally I'd probably use a little bit of flux here to make this easier, but they're big enough that it doesn't really matter. And of course my flux is rosin core anyway, so now we need to grab my new leads here. So obviously 5-volt red goes to 5-volt. Then we're going to do black to ground here. Of course it wants to focus on my frickin' finger. I think that should work. Then we are going to take our screen here. Lift the latch up. It is a bottom position flex cable. Here, while I do that, let's just switch my camera view over. So you can see I'm getting a little mad scientisty here with my so unfortunately I hate that's bottom contact, right? Yeah, that is a bottom contact. I hate these things. I'm gonna try to do it. Sometimes it's more about the angle. The angle of the dangle. There we go. And then we just latch that closed. Should be good there. Okay, I just want to avoid potentially shorting anything out. Okay, so we're gonna plug in the battery here. So we're either gonna have a really big old puff of smoke, or it's gonna work, or it's not. It's not gonna work. Oh, ha ha! Fuck you, China! Well, I got a blue screen, which I don't think is good. But I figured it the fuck out at least. That's cool. I'll take that, to be quite honest. Like, I mean, for grins, I guess we'll put a cartridge in. But I think that blue screen means that this is pretty much going to be a no fix. But yeah, yeah. But we got the LCD to power on, which is farther than we got from before. Yeah, but nothing's working here. Dang. That's still pretty effing cool, though. See, I think, and I've mentioned this before, like, a big part of, like, the reason why I personally stream is so I could kind of, like, just track my progress as, like, get better. And that was a pretty good example of basically just using your multimeter to trace out a circuit and then, figure things out too at it, on your own. But switch that to maybe that. Nah, see, it's not. So it's pretty disappointing that you get the B side with this. Because that'd be pretty cool if I was able to get it to work, but that is not the case here. That is not the case. Just trying to think off the top of my head if there's anything else I could do. And is it like, it could just be because, oh no, that wouldn't be the case. I mean, unless there's like a 3-volt line it's expecting or a 1.8-volt line that it's no longer getting. Oh man. I'm guessing the BSOD is probably due to the fact that something on the. Oh, wait. I'm an idiot. I truly am an idiot. We're not actually hooked up. So there's a slight hope here now. But I've got to figure out how I'm going to do this without ruining. I think I can do it like that. And maybe. No, I don't want to get that involved. Um, Okay. Okay. I think here, you know what? Make my life a little easier. We are just gonna pull this out, just like so. And that way I will avoid ruining a completely, perfectly good LCD. That's just the battery that just popped out there. And then this is gonna go just like this. So let's hook. Let's actually hook 3, 6, 7, 8, 3. Okay, so it is a good fit. I'm just curious as if this will work. Okay, so we got that hooked up now. Let's get the shit out the way. Then take our screen again. Let's see if we can't get the same bit of luck that we had before. I think we did. Nope, come on. Okay. Okay. Battery's still hooked up. Give it a try. Ah. So close. It was black there for just like it. I think the CPU is not firing up. Let's go grab the cartridge now. I think with the BSOD, it's something on the motherboard's not right here, but let's just take a look. Lift this up off. Yeah. Okay. Well, still getting a blue screen. Which is kind of disappointing. Dang, I almost thought I had it. Almost thought I had it. We are getting power. That shouldn't matter. This should not matter. I'm just guessing. Let's take a look at some things here. Let's pull this LCD off again. Set you aside. So really what I'm looking at now is we can actually get a pretty good lineup of some things here. And what I want to check, it's hard for you to see, but so like what I'm looking at here, let's just see if maybe I can just show you all real quick. Okay, so we could see the letter in the silk screening, the CK1 and clock, PL 1520A. I don't know what that is. Ground bat IR input right, input left, which I'm assuming is for I think that's for the audio. I determined, and then TV. Now TV is either for the LCD or I forgot about that. Maybe. We could try that. I don't think that's the case, but this is the TV signal, right? Sorry, I'm just kind of eyeballing this by. Shit, I screwed it up. Yeah, let's get some more solder on it. This probably actually would be a lot easier with the microscope turned on, but we're gonna do it live. Do it the hard way, because I love doing things the hard way sometimes. Shit, you know what? I don't think I have to do it the hard way. I think if I actually used my tools like I should be, I could really just instantly get this to go. Like that. Okay, so we've got that going there. Then we need a hook you to you. Yeah, I know multimeter. Okay, I will do that. And so now ITV, I believe, is this pin right here. Oh, fuck me, dude. I always managed to. So what I'm trying to figure out is if yes, sir. Okay. Okay. So, all right, fine. Shut the fuck up. Let's see here. So, I just pulled up a bit. I hope it didn't ruin the screen. Well, I don't even know where this one went. Wasn't there because that's a Phillips. Pulled up a. There it is. Oh, laptop. Okay. All right. So, sorry, I should have stream decked first. So basically now we're gonna hook the screen in for the third time. Not have solder wire laying across bare PCB. So the latch comes up. We are going to angle this again like this. I thought I had ripped the cable there for a second, but it was not. Now, do we get anything else different now? There's the question. I'm a fucking genius. Does it play games? Does it play games? That is the question. Okay, so here's the big test. So I've got a game inserted. I know this game works, and I could verify it by going to my real Super Nintendo and double checking. So let's just lift that off the spare PCB. Brothers. I have no speakers soldered in. Oh my god! I can't fucking believe it. Can I get a... Problem is, let's grab this real fast and see if I can get any of this to work. See, I still don't think I'm actually getting any input, unfortunately. Because I think that would stop the... Shit. Well, maybe the problem wasn't that blob chip then. Yeah, see, this doesn't seem like it's doing anything. If I hit any of these buttons, nothing's happening. Yeah. Still the same issue. I mean, I could try plugging it. I don't think plugging in the actual controllers is going to matter. So I guess the problem's elsewhere. But none of that's working. And then unfortunately, like, can't get this to work either. And I can't tell if it's... Okay. So let's do this. Let's, I guess, maybe hook this together? Not sure. That's freaking crazy, though. Dude, I gotta say, I'm slightly impressed with myself on that one. Okay, so that would be a good thing for me to tell that other dude in my thread. But I'm still not getting any input. And I don't know why that would be. I don't know why. Now, I should do this though. I should actually try to see if maybe I can get this to be hooked in. Might have to pull the motherboard out. Yeah, let's just go ahead and do that real quick. We'll pull the motherboard out because I just have it held together with this one screw right now. Oh, I guess technically that and the battery too. Trying to be as gentle as I possibly can here. Keep everything kind of glued together. There we go. It's going to be a little bit difficult at this angle though. Might, for sanity's sake, just, oh, there we go. Come on, slide in for me. I was thinking I might have to pull the board out, but there we go. Okay, so I'm still held. I got the cart. I'm an idiot. I still got the cartridge in the slot, so of course it's be held together. Let's do this, and then I've got an actual original Super Nintendo controller. But first we're gonna plug this, screw this down, then maybe let's do this. Let's grab you. Do that. Okay. Do maybe this actually. Should keep everything. That's a little freaking awkward. I think we can just basically kind of keep things like maybe like that, and I'll hold the screen with my hand. Problem comes is that it's just hard for me to hold everything apart and then manipulate buttons. But first we're going to turn it on. Okay. And now that we've got the controller ports hooked up again, let's see if we got any change. We don't. Okay. Same thing with start and select. Nothing. Okay, so let's turn this off real quick. And I'm gonna go grab my official Super Nintendo controller here and then see if it's registering inputs using it. I'm very sorry, Miss Kitty Cat. There you go. There's room for you to eat. Dude, I am just yeah, did you see that, Herder? Dude, I'm so pleased with myself over that. I mean, I didn't fix the problem that I was having, but like I successfully navigated a board revision and got 5 volts to where it needed to go to get the screen to turn on again. Which just makes me happy because it means that like I'm like understanding like circuits a little bit more, and you know, I've definitely learned how to be more efficient with my multimeter to figure problems out rather than go, well, I guess I'm fucked. It sure did feel like I was fucked at the beginning. But, you know, okay. I think that's, man, that is a bit janky. Is that right? I really can't get that to go any further. I hope that's okay. Alright, so here's the screen. And now let's see. Uh-oh. Did I just short something out? So if I hit start, nothing. Select, nothing. Yeah, see, like I'm not getting anything to register. So there's something on this frickin' clock circuit I think that's not working right on maybe on the motherboard that I'm just not understanding properly, because nothing's working here. Or I mean, I very well could be not really completely plugged in. I'm just not sure. Yeah, dude, 100%, man. It's just, you know, it was kind of a long shot in whether or not my original idea was going to work. It feels. I'm gonna plug it in this other one over here. It's got less crap in it. I don't know. This feels like a pin's jammed up. 2-player works. When I plug it in the other socket, it goes all the way down. But when I plug it into this socket, there we go. Okay. All right. So I wasn't all the way in, which is what I thought. I just don't want to force things. Okay. So let's try this again. Of course, this one pin's looking a little crappy in there. Hard to tell. I guess I can pull this apart if I needed to. All right, there we go. That might have had some crap on it. Okay, gotta be careful because this ribbon cable is starting to get janky now. All right, so let's try it again. Screen's on. Hard to get this so you can see in, but still. Oh, okay. So it does accept. It does like it appears like the controller buttons are working. I think. Is this? Yeah, definitely, because I'm seeing shit on the screen now. Now, what if I press these buttons? Nothing. See? Nothing happens there, but the moment that I hit controller buttons, it's fine. Yeah, so like that pauses it. And now I'm assuming, all right, let's pause it again. So now if I hit the start button up here, it should unpause it, but it's not. So now that really begs the question, where is the fault coming from? Okay, so we know that the console can still accept controller inputs. So where do I start with this? Let's pull this out. You know, a funny thing is I actually did last week order and receive a logic analyzer, and this almost seems like a decent spot to use it in, except I'm really not set up today to start doing that. What could the issue possibly be? See, I think the other issue I'm having is I don't really understand how the controller bashes and sends input. Trying to figure this out now. So let's take a look here. Let's remove the game from the system, hopefully. God, whatever these repro cartridge connectors are, pull the battery out so not any power flowing through it. Okay. Okay, so let's just take a look at some things here. So we know that all of the inputs happen on this board, right? We know that everything routes through here. Do I have a break in the wire though? I don't think I do. All right, so there's CK1, right? Let's just take a look at this under that. We're gonna buzz this out. Let's just get back to our multimeter here. All right, so we can see that we've got the CK1 test pad right there, right? And CK1 is going to correspond with one of these pins on the JST header. I think it's JST. Actually, maybe a Molex. I don't know. It's a header. It's a plastic header. So we're in continuity mode now, which is, obviously when I touch my leads together, they beat. So see, XYBA. They come from the different sets here. I still think everything routes out through this thing right here. Alright, so like should be able to hold here and then just touch each of these pins till I find it. And see, I'm not There we go. But it's like weird. Do I maybe just have a dry joint right here? Why? It's like if I touch this and then, yeah, see, it's fine. Maybe I just have a dry joint here. I mean, I could try just touching that up. I don't really think that's going to do anything, but it could have gotten a little dry, maybe? It looked fine to me, but see just how it's, could just be the probe. But then that CK1 comes over to here, and then we can see, so basically what I want to see is, okay, so check it out. That's not where I need to be. This is where I need to be. So we can see we've got the CK1 pin here. That should 100% link over to the other board. That's CK1. So when I do my continuity test and I go test pad here to test pad here, and I do. I've got continuity. Okay, so now the question remains is, where the heck does CK1 go? And again, I'm kind of operating under the assumption I think that's is that a video chip? Or is it audio? Problem is I don't know where this goes. Okay, so we're still in continuity here. I think these are RAM, maybe? No. I'm just kind of doing some real basic probing. See if I can maybe just quickly see this CK line come up on a chip, but it's not. I think these are all RAM chips anyhow right here. Yeah. Not directly on any of those. Okay. So found it here. It's a TI chip. Okay, so I think it was this leg right here. No? Okay. So does this go anywhere fun? No. I would have to figure out what this chip is. Alright, and that's 100% hooked into this clock, right? Okay. So I would have to figure out what this thing is. And then maybe just take a look at the data sheet now. Is that a TI chip or is that, I can't tell if that's a little Texas symbol. I mean, it could just be as simple as that's dead, but why does the, why do the input controls here, do they go to the same spot? Like the, so we know that the actual Super Nintendo controller works. So the system is able to receive input. Now, let's just do some looking on this one, see if maybe any of these come up to clock. So no. Okay, so it looks like, whew, well, that's interesting. What's it called? So is this still hooked into the clock signal? It is. But where does this go to? Reset. That doesn't show up here anywhere. So it's almost like the, well, it is. The controller inputs seem to be directly hooked into whatever these clone chips are. Because I've got a direct path from them to the chip. I don't think it's the TI chip here. Let's see, this one's got the It's not TI chip. It looked like a Texas symbol on the other one. HYC, this one's HYC6266Z, I'm guessing? And this is completely effing different. This one is... Let me just see if I can't get a good light on it. 6A8NDC, that was a G4, I do believe. Yeah. No, it is a TI chip. That is definitely a fucking TI chip. Unless I'm just crazy, but that is 100% Texas and an eye on it, so. The PN starts with CD, the other stuff is the date code. Interesting. Okay, so what you're saying is this right here is what I should be focusing on when I do my search. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, I'd like to learn at least potentially what it is. It's so weird because like I'm working under the assumption that the clock signal is what is actually controlling the input, but when we go down here, so like these are the test pads for the Super Nintendo connector right there. And here I'll just grab a random one. I think this one's towards the top of the chip, but you can see that. Let's try this again. I think it's this one. Maybe I'm going crazy. Swear to God. Okay, well maybe I'm just absolutely insane because I swear to God I got a beep on this before. What the hell? Why was I getting a beep and now I'm not getting a beep? Weird. Oh, it was on the other one I was getting the beeps. So is there just is there just another difference in circuitry? Yeah. Oh, is that ground though? No. Well, that would make sense. Okay. So my dumbass was touching a ground pad and then going, hey, look, ground matches the ground. They must tie directly into the chip. But really, it was just ground. Yeah. Son of a bitch. Okay, so that's not it. Okay. Of course you fucking turn off. This is why I do the long beep. Alright, so there goes that idea. So it's so weird, but where does... Okay, so these test pads... Okay, so I guess... So the pin cluster, so I don't know where this one goes. 5 volts? Yeah, maybe? So there's 3 pins. Okay. Let's get this back in focus. So we've got this, right? Now, let's do me a little bit of a favor here. I don't think there's anything on that silk screen that I really need to care about, but just in case, let's just give it a quick little rub down here. So we got I just feel like I'm chasing my tail on this one. Alright, so nothing really truly revealing. See, like these 2 pins aren't pocketed. It makes me wonder. No, because that's ground. That's 5 volts. So it just, yeah. Same, but different. Those are just non-cons? I mean, I guess, like... This guy on the island must be ground. He's not connected to a single pin. So like this guy. This guy's not shown connected to anything. This guy. Same thing. Definitely connected there, but the actual connection is... Yeah, see, that's just not hooked into anything. What the heck is going on here? Let's try this guy. Are you hooked in? Nothing on you. Okay, we got something there. Now, where the hell does this come up? Huh? On that TI chip. But on a different leg. So... Okay. So this one comes up here. Clock comes up here. Should just take it again. Alright, so just do me a favor here. Since Herder was nice enough to do literally all of my work for me, Let's see what the hell this is. CD8066BM did not match any documents. Wow. Well, if I do CD8066, I get lovely hex code matches, but paste TI. There we go. Wow, that's weird. I found it. This is it's a 10 picoamp state leakage current 4-channel analog switch. 15-volt digital, 7.5-volt peak-to-peak switching. CD4066B. SOIC 14 pin. That's 3, 6, 7 on each side. Yeah. Okay, and now what's the other one? So the other one. Same chip. CD4066BM. So it's literally the same chip. Do I swap it? Could it be dead? I mean, it couldn't hurt, right? Fuck it. Let's just do it. Let's fucking do it. Means we gotta undo all my hard work here, but that's not a big deal. So we're just gonna come on down here. And yeah, just gonna. I really don't need the microscope for this, but just so y'all can see. Bink. And then bink. Perfect. Okay. We got that wire pulled off. Then we're going to need to guess we can pull that off. Then pull you out here. I know this is probably so. Oh shoot, I can't see anymore. There we go. Okay, so basically I'm just pulling the motherboard out again here. And I'm gonna try. God, this is gonna be a fun one, huh? This is gonna be a fun one. Let's go ahead. Yeah, we're gonna have to, I think, disconnect the controllers, and we'll go ahead and pull the power again. Okay, that frees up the Mobo now. Okay, pull this off this side. So I don't melt the case. Now, the fun bit here. So that's the chip that I gotta get right here, right? So I'm surrounded by lots of plastic, unfortunately. So if I push this switch off, maybe. That's the PAL NTSC switch. kind of hoping that maybe I could probably do a little bit of leaded solder. I'm wondering if I could do a heat from the bottom on this one and not melt anything. I'm be worried about this cartridge connector. I think what I could do, if I can find them, maybe I could get away with some thermal pad. First, we're gonna flow on some. Let's do some leaded solder. I could just remove the switches too, if I really wanted to. I don't think that's necessary though. Just kind of trying to dilute the chemistry here a little bit. The leaded crap they're using over in Chinatown. Dude, I love this camera and I hate this fucking camera sometimes. All right. Let's try this again here so I can actually see what I'm freaking doing here. Okay. I think we're good enough there. The IC may just be fine. The IC may be used to switch the controller input from the external to the onboard buttons and may be incorrectly thinking that there is a controller plugging in. The IC may just be fine. Yeah, I mean, you could be right. I'm just at the point where I'm kind of running out of options here. You know? I just don't know what to do, but just like it's like all roads for input are ending at this chip. And there's nothing, unfortunately, like so like over here is where clock comes in, but it must go down a layer from this point. And the next place that I'm able to find it really come up is up on this chip. Um, it seems like they're all. I mean, that's. Mm, mm. Yeah, I mean, the IC may be fine. I don't know. You know, I mean, like, part of me is like, who gives a shit? Let's just try it. The other part of me, like, I really don't enjoy blindly replacing components, you know, because a lot of times it doesn't really do you any good. I just don't know what the hell else I could tie to. I could check the voltage levels of the control pins of the IC and then trace the voltage back. You think it's not getting correct power? But if that was the case, then why would it work for the plugged-in controller versus the face buttons? Because to me, in my brain, my smooth brain, there is no theoretical difference between the input from a controller versus the face button. They should all generate the same signal and theoretically work the same. Now, I mean, I guess you're right in that if there is something wrong on it, trying to work through my head. No, probably getting power. Can you explain what you mean by that again? I mean, I imagine it's getting power. Like, I think I can. Let's see here. Do I have a known ground over here? I should, right? I said, okay, there's a good ground pad right there. Let's see if we can find a closer ground pad. So we've got ground. These are not ground. That's ground. Do we have anything closer to this IC, which is ground? Decoupling or coupling capacitors. Ah, shit. All right, so this is perfect. So that should be ground. So theoretically, and so what you're saying, okay. So you're saying that basically, is it using a voltage sense to determine whether or not voltage is coming from the physical controller versus the face button? Because that would kind of make sense. Because looking down here, we can see that this 5-volt rail is actually directly on this last lead here. One of these was the, but you can see this, the 5-volt rail is directly tied into this damn thing here. So voltage could theoretically, but I assume that this 5 volts is powering the controller, not the other way around. Yeah, me either. welcome, welcome to my life, bud. I've been trying to figure this one out for a year. Although I did give up on this one pretty quickly last year because, like I said, there's just this blob chip that I assumed had just died. So what we could do is, I know that this is ground, so I could do this. Okay, I've got. Okay, so I have power to the system now. I'm going to go to volts DC. We're going to hook into the ground plane here, and then I am just going to probe each of these looking for power. Nothing. I got 3 volts on this leg. 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 3 volts on that leg. And 3 volts on that leg. 3 volts. Nothing. 3 volts. 3 volts. And that's the clock signal. 3 volts. Nothing. And nothing. Okay. Well, I'm not sure really what that told me. Now 3 volts is coming from, oh, you know what? Because I'm running off USB, I'm seeing VCC in, basically, which would make sense because even on my 5-volt line right here, I'm getting 3.15, which I think is the current limit for USB. Okay, so let's turn power off here real quick and unplug just so I don't damage anything. Now we could do a real quick dirty test over here, and I think we'll probably see the same result. So it seems like this entire chip, minus like a handful of legs, is hooked into VSys or VBAT. And then if I turn you on, wow, that's interesting. I am getting so this doesn't want to run off a straight USB power for some reason. Oh yeah, I'm not a. Let me just double check. I'm in there, all right. This 100% is not recognizing USB power. Interesting. Okay. So if I plug the battery in, do I get power or does it need? Oh yeah. I don't know. That makes no sense. It should be getting. Yeah, that's not happy. Weird. There we go. So I'm not getting the LED, but no, let's take a look at this under the scope so I don't short anything. So yeah, first leg is 0. Second leg is 4.9, which again is the battery. 4.9, 4.9, 4.9, 4.9, 4.9. And over here, 4.9, 4.9, yeah. Nothing. Four nine, 4.9, 4.9, nothing, and nothing. Is that the clock from the epoxy to yes? So here, we'll pull that off real quick. Pull this out. So I did some tracing, and we could see, so here's the blob chip, right? And there's CK1. And then CK1 goes right there, right? So that so we've got CK1, and then oh, do I not have this plugged in anymore? Yeah, I don't have it plugged in anymore. That's why. that kind of helps, but you know, just seeing if y'all are paying attention here. Okay. Now we should kind of be able to sort of make this work. All right, so unfortunately I can't get the very nice microscope view, but I pull away. So again, this is the CK1. This is the clock signal from the blob chip right here, right? And then if I plop over here, ew, why are you not? What the heck? Interesting. Well, do we have a break there? That was beeping before. Might not have. I think I might not have the cable plugged in all the way, but CK1. Which I thought was this guy right here. Uh-oh, was I on the wrong pin? I was on the wrong pin. That's the 5-volt line. I thought. Maybe? This silk screen's all fucked up. Okay, so see? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 3, 6, and 7. So I wonder, is this all the same pin? So PL. There's PL, right? So PL to Alright, that's making even less fucking sense. Let's pop this over real quick. So we have PL, which hooks into the second wire. And that second wire, when I trace it through, comes to here. That's... I am so confused now. But I'm wondering if... Okay, let's do this real quick. So, I mean, PL should be right here. It is. It's the second pin, right? PL. And clock should be the first pin. And then that directly hooks into... Yeah. See? Pin 1 is the clock. If this is just a fucking break and a wire, I'll be so pissed. Okay, so pin 1. It's not coming through. But it's coming through on pin 2. Do I have a difference in connectors here? So I've got 3, 6, 9. Yeah, that could be it. And this one I've got... Yeah, 3, 6, 7. And then this guy's got 3. Yeah, that could very, very, very well be it. But remember, I'm trying to hodgepodge this together, and the board revisions are different, so I'm guessing that's probably 100% coming into play here. Counting some pins down. Move that out the way real quick. So we got 1, 2, 3. This board has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, sir. And this connector has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Unfortunately, that's what this bodge wire right here is for, is the eighth wire. So I'm 1 wire different. could I do? I could. Yeah, that's an issue. I think you might be right. I think that IC is most likely fine. I think now we're dealing with the fact that I've got a wiring mismatch. Let's clean this off real quick. Okay, so I definitely have a wiring loom problem. The difference here. Clock, PL. See, this one supplies 5 volts, which is the third pin. Okay. And so this is expecting it's almost like I might have to do a custom wiring harness here. Huh. Okay. Because clock on this one is pin 1. When I plug it in here, it still should come up. That's what's kind of driving me bonkers right now. Like, I get that I'm off a pin, but in this case, clock and PL should still be in the same position, which is why I'm really effing confused here, because clock is pin 1. So let's just do something real fast here. Check, check, check. Yeah, man. The only shitty thing about these wireless microphones is they don't let you know when you're about to die. So I don't know how long I've been silent. I've been kind of monkeying through this. The only really difference that I found between the board revisions is that the wiring loom on the new one is one pin more to carry over the 5-volt signal, which I'm assuming is what my bodge job did. But other than that, they do line up 1-to-1. So I took a look at the data sheet, and Mr. Herder was correct here. Power pin is listed as 14, and the power pin. So this is according to the data sheet. This is pin 14. So this should be like 5-volt maybe. Well, yeah, I'm not seeing. I'm wondering if maybe this comes up to 5-volt. Yeah. Yes, sir. So that's just power. So that's right. So it should be able to go. No? No direct path there? No direct path. Yeah, okay, there's. Probes are a little sensitive. Okay, so that's fine. Okay. Well, I mean, no, because I had direct. I didn't have any issue with the signal there before. Hmm. Hmm. I doubt it's gonna work now. Let me try though, maybe. Give her a good old college try here. So we've got to hook our power back. Put just a little bit more solder on this side. Don't need much, but I need a little bit more. Just a tiny touch. Tony touch. Okay, so we got that. We're already spliced together for video. And then I think, actually, now that I say that, let's try powering it off of just straight USB to avoid having to plug in the. Can I do that? Will you work? Let's just find out. And if not, I'll hook the battery in. I think we should be good. Yeah. Blue screen. Okay. Is that. I have my TV signal hooked up. Didn't change that. We do have a cable plugged in. Okay. a couple steps backwards here, but okay, so all right, well, let's just do this because it's not. I gotta be very careful with that ribbon cable right there. In fact, just for sanity's sake, I'm gonna pull it out again because this will make me feel good, honestly. Yeah, I didn't learn my lesson, did I? There we go. Okay. So now we're getting blue screens again. I got a blue screen last time because I didn't have these wires hooked up, but they're hooked up fine now. I don't know if this system is designed to run off of a USB port. I really don't think it is. So let's see here. Let's go. Just secure you down so I don't really fuck things up. Okay. Got that going. And I need to grab tweezers. And we're gonna do the old twitched. Okay. Yeah, for some reason, even though I think the USB is to literally, quite literally, just charge the battery. So unfortunately, if I'm going to test, I'm going to need this battery plugged in. And since I don't have a spare, well, I guess I could actually do that. But I don't like the way that the cartridge just glues itself into the slot because how tight that tolerance is. Okay. That was entirely possible, and I did this last time. I didn't get the cable seated in there right, but that looks good. Okay. So now if I put a game in. Okay, got that going. Separate the halves here. And then turn you on. There we go. Set the PAL. There should be NTSC. Now, what did I do with the buttons here? %, still not reading. So unless, you know, like, yeah. I'm just trying to, like, kind of move it just because this is such an awkward, but it should respond. I'm sure it's not the just trying to, like, kind of wipe it around maybe to see if I'm not making contact, but I definitely feel like I am. And I feel like these buttons should do something as well. Okay, let's turn you off again. Let's pull the screen out. Now when... This is kind of where I think I'd potentially tie in an oscilloscope or my logic analyzer, and I'd hook it into clock and see if it was the signal was being processed and if it was making it here, but I still don't know where the sad thing is. Let's just pull the power out real quick just in case, so we don't have this. Makes me kind of question myself here though, because this is just, that's not hot snotted in there. It's like theoretically I could. Yeah, we'll leave it alone. Let's focus on trying to figure out where this goes. I'm kind of running out of time here, which is fine. Did make some pretty cool progress on this thing though. Man, kind of just want to know where the hell this signal goes more than anything. I mean, so we know that this is the IC in question, right? Okay, let's get you focused up a little bit better. Where the heck does this end up? Like, that's what I really don't get. Now, my guess is that, okay, so if this is in out and this is out in, because this is not tied, but this is. Does this tie to anything? Let's just check the cartridge pins. Okay, so nothing there. Nothing. Now I'll check the big boys. You know, it's like I really kind of agree with Herder here. There's something that's telling this chip, but freaking weird, man. I just don't know where the heck that goes. You would think it would end up in a cartridge slot or something. Because I'm pretty sure that, did we figure out that it was pin 1 hooked into something down here? So that doesn't hook anywhere. And then this, does this go anywhere? So that doesn't go anywhere there. Huzzah. Actually, this isn't a ground again. It's not. So I found it. So this big fat chip right here. Okay, that's promising. Because that's pin 3. Now, let's take a look at this data sheet again. So, yeah, that's right. It's signal B out in, which I wonder if that is player 2? So, signal A in out. Signal A out in. So let's just test our theory here. So let's just go ahead and redrag on the big chip. Look at that. Okay. So that would mean that this guy should be not showing up. Okay. So let's grab my other one here. And I know you guys aren't going to be able to see. Well, I should probably actually get a better view myself too. So let's take a look. So now we know that it should be the same. Here's the TI chip. So this guy right here is clock, which means that the pin underneath it very interesting. So we have this pin, which is a signal out, showing up over here. So we just can't figure out the in out, out in, signal C out in, signal C in out. So this guy right here, so this is C out in. Makes me wonder, is this hooked up to a chip? Oops. none of these on the right side of this chip are hooked into any of these. Well, I'm guessing these are the clone processors. So we know that this guy and this guy too, just for the hell of it, we'll just do this, shows up directly on this chip. So this TCT978, which is the actual name of the chip, Lord knows what the hell it is. That's probably the KAO15AA is probably the actual part number, but we could see that okay, that leg right there is hooked into pin number 2. And then, is this actually hooked in? No, it's the one below it. Wait a minute. This should be on this chip. Very interesting. Because this is not. Okay, wait. It is. That's pin 3, which is signal B out in. Yeah. Okay. So I could see down here. That pin. Okay, so they're hooked into the same pin, but okay. We still don't know where. Pin 12 is the control D. Okay. So control D. I have no idea where the hell. Well, that's interesting. Let's take a look at this. I'm going to say that. So control A seems to be linked. Maybe I'm wrong here, but this feels like this goes to here. It doesn't. Huh. Okay, I was right. So let's control D is 12. This is 14, 13, 12. So the control lines are all hooked together. Okay. that the case over here? I mean, it looks to be. So this is 12. Okay, that makes complete sense. But where? That is just self-contained? I'm guessing, like, generated clock signals generated from, or not clock signals, just signal generated from the chip itself. Boy, this is an interesting one. And I am doubly sure and triply sure there's only one. Let's take a look at this board here. Let's pull this out. I think I did this before, and it's just literally nothing. Nothing special to this. No hidden ICs or anything. Yeah, so like, again, it's just kind of like, all the inputs are tied together, and then it sends literally everything, out through the same line, which makes sense. And so that kind of ties in with the whole way the Super Nintendo works is it batches the clock signals. I can see someone was in here before, because there is, unless it's just a factory melt, could very well be, but someone melted some plastic on the inside of this thing. Okay, well, that didn't really tell me much, but in my brain, and I could be completely wrong, because there could be something else wonky, but if you don't have the external controller board hooked up, then there really shouldn't be anything on the system if it's controlled from a controller being plugged in to tell it that there's a controller plugged in, because it's literally disconnected, so there's no signal coming from this board. I mean, I don't think it's the IC. I mean, I think I could replace it and try. I think I'm kind of chasing my tail, though, if I did that. What's this? It's just white paint. Okay. Because I get what he's saying. It's kind of like, how with a Game Boy, when you plug in your headphones into the audio jack, it turns out the speaker because it hit the switch to let it know that there's headphones plugged in. But unless there's just an issue, Could it be a problem with crystals? One of the crystals, maybe? I don't think that would really be a matter. What I'm just really fucking confused about is I have no idea where this output signal is going. Because I definitely know on the other side of things, it's tied directly into this chip right here. Okay, there's reset. Like nothing in here is. It's gotta be system clock. Nothing is really pointing themselves out as. Guessing that's memory. 21.47727 crystal. Is it megahertz? Just looking at the silk screen to see if maybe anything pops out. All right, well, I need to run and use a little boy's room. I'll be right back. Hell yeah. Enjoy that food, Felchie. I'm getting there myself. Yeah, it's been a long stream today. I do think I'm about to throw the towel in here in the next 10 or 15 minutes, but I was pretty psyched about this repair because I did some cool stuff with it, so I just kept at it thinking maybe I'd have some luck. But yeah, I gotta run for just a minute. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. It's driving me nuts, man. I really just don't know where the fuck this signal is going. I think if I could figure that out, I might get closer to where I need to be. So... So basically, where we're at is this is what I'm assuming, if I'm reading this parts diagram or this schematic right, is this is the input from the clock, right? And the pin right below it is the output. The problem that I'm having is I just don't know where the F that goes. And so... Come on, soldering iron. Wake up. There you go. God, I've got to do something to organize my workspace better, because this is just a shambles. Oh man, why? This thing, I swear to God, whatever they use for replacement cartridge slots is like the grippiest thing in the world. I'm pulling the motherboard out right now. Yeah, sure. I'm sure it's riveting content that everybody wants to see, but just gonna try and see if maybe we can just track down where the F the signal's going, because it's driving me nuts, driving me bonkers here. I can't figure this out. So let us see. Go under the scope. Under the scope. Okay, so we know that you are right there, Mr. Output. And if I poke a probe through and flip through the other side. See? Okay, so it's like one of these. Okay, so that kind of sort of makes sense now. I've just got to do some other soldering to see if... You know what? So all this crap is... Okay, so... Trying to think here. So basically... Got... over here. Okay. This is the out. And I was thinking if maybe. Guess it's this guy right here. Alrighty, so I found you on the other side. Problem is now I've got to figure out just where in the heck. Look at that. Does it go to the... Okay, this is getting more interesting. Holy shit. Wait a minute. That's tied to the out. And then what pin is that? We are... So wire 3 here. If I flip that over, wire 3. Okay, so let's just take a look at this right here. And then we've got wire 3. So wait, we're saying that... Okay. Really? Really? So output is coming out right here, which is wire 3 of this header. And it's like almost like... But that doesn't make any sense. And so this is wire 3, I think. Okay. But this one is input for... Yeah. And then... So wire 3 is here, right? We don't have a break. So, okay, now when I plug you see here. So I think wire 3. See that? Okay, wait. Let's see here. We said that wire 3 is this one. Yes. So does this go all the way up to here? It does. Now is this coming out over here? See, it doesn't. But these two are not. Okay, so we've tracked it down. I'm just still trying to make sense of this. Still trying to make sense of this, because basically what I'm saying here, so this is wire 3, right? And wire 3 is hooked into both. So pin 2, the SNES controller. Now, this is input, and that's hooked into pin 1 of controller 1. But only pin 1 of controller 1. This isn't tied to pin 1 here? Should it be? The way I thought it was, these are just straight shots. No. So pin 2 are tied together, which I'm assuming is the input line. Which would make sense because they batch and send signals at the same time on the clock cycle. So pin 2 and pin 2 are tied together, right? And they'll go to here. But they're not tied to the clock here. This is fucking frustrating. I feel like I'm like right there. It's just kind of understanding the circuit that's kind of driving me bonkers. And we don't have a short between these two. But see, this is tied to that, and it's not tied to anything else. I don't know. And so, like, this is tied to that. I'm just trying to see if maybe this is tied to anything up in here. It's not. So I have no idea. Was it maybe? See, that's not. These are non-pops. So that, I think, is 5 volt? Yeah, that's 5 volt supply. That's ground. Okay. That's pin 1. See, like it doesn't seem to be sharing. So it does seem like they're separate. Well, I think I'm just gonna call it a day on this for now. I don't see myself really getting further. I'm gonna have to like keep analyzing this and take a look at that data sheet some more. Huh. I just don't know. Some of this has just stopped making sense to me. It's almost like, did these have anything to do with our chip up here? Yes. Assuming this is all. So that one doesn't, but this one does, and this one is. Yeah. And that is leg number. Come on. See, that's the same though. Input and output, and then input. Well, now I'm super confused. Because this is clock. And then I was saying that this one came out on pin 3. We said that pin 3 was this guy. It's really this guy. Still player 1. It's almost like this is dumb. This is really dumb, but maybe we should just try it just for the hell of it. I wonder what happens if we swapped. Well, freaking. No, maybe it would. Maybe it does, because maybe if there's a problem with this controller port, but that would no, but it still wouldn't make any sense because it wouldn't be able to. Yeah, I can see the differences now. There's a couple of shared lanes, which makes sense, but it's so simple that I just don't think it's the problem. And I was thinking maybe there might be an issue with it, but that would not explain why the controller worked, but the face buttons didn't. Let me take a look at some stuff real quick. Let's just take a look at the soldering around here. It looked a little weird by the naked eye, but this is all acceptable enough. Maybe there's no pins coming through on that though. So look at that. There's no connects, or could just be no connects, which is fine. One on the end's looked a little pitted, but I think it's just a little. I think these are just no non-cons. Yeah. There's no pin coming through them or anything. Yeah, there they are right there. They're just supposed to be that way. Ends a ground plane. And then these are all connected together. This one should be connected to this one. And so, put the second one here. I guess we don't really have less of a zoomy option. Second one goes to pin 4. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't think this would cause the issue. But it's almost like, so pin 3 is tied to pin 2 right here, I think, right? Yeah, so pin 2, so it's this guy right here, right? You're tied to pin 3? Yes. So this guy's fat little solar bob guy. I mean, there's nothing bad about that joint. That's, yeah, see, right? And we got pink. And then from here, it's not tied. See, pin 3 comes up to there, but it doesn't cross over. So 5 volt ground, first two, and the third is like a. God bless. Yeah, I just don't know where I'm going wrong on this one. I guess it's food for thought, but I think I should just at this point just call it a day. We had some pretty good progress, and as you can tell, my multimeter leads decided to cross. So let's just close you off real quick. All right. Well, hey, we had a day. It was a day, no fixes, but very good progress. And I mean, Felch's would have been a fix, but I just don't have the parts on hand. And provided that the only issue is missing power buttons and a disk eject button, that should actually be a very, very easy repair next week. So we'll get those on order for him, and then we will wait until next week to put that together. I may tackle this one again next week. I may just push it aside, and we'll see. I'm gonna do some more research on some things. We might just be dealing with some sort of weird proprietary thing that Hyperkin did that isn't really related to Super Nintendo in any way. So we'll find out. But we did make some really good progress on that, and I did prove that I can hack together these boards to make them work. At least display an image on the screen. The sad thing is that I'm realizing now that probably, most definitely, the issue is not the blob chip like I thought. So I'm guessing that most likely I'm not going to need to hack together things like I've got them hacked together right now, and I'll be able to actually just use the proper revisions. So we'll see. We'll see. I am just gonna call it a day because my head is hurting now from all the thinking. Lots of thinking. And I got some cleanup that I'm kind of doing right now as I speak to y'all. But I thank you for stopping by. Anybody who did stop by, any likes, follows, subscribes, comments in the chat, I do appreciate it all. I will hope to see you guys here next weekend. I am trying my best to get back on track with Mod Saturdays, and hopefully I will be able to start tackling the AV Upscaler, and then that will kick off my home-built Nintendo project. So stay tuned for that. Other than that, I hope you all have a good rest of your weekend and enjoy your evening, and I